Okay. I believe that's working. Have a look. Really should relabel and rename. Okay. This is just to stop people having to my poorly hands. Put the gloves on and suffocate my hands instead. Okay. Gloves on. Cup of tea ready. Pen ready. And this time I have changed the laptop to the iMac. We'll see if it streams any better. Let's see if it's not as janky. It's less noisy. I'm not hearing the computer, the laptop screaming at me for. Move that one slightly up so you don't see the other camera. Then you can just see the mess on the rest of the desk instead. Working out the pattern on the leg of where it was going to be. I'm just putting some base colours down. And then now it's to work on the base colours of the orange on the hair. I'm just going to get a base colour down and then go in with some shading. And try to cover up as much of the line work as possible. I did put a matte clear coat of varnish on over the markings so they wouldn't bleed through as much. Then had to give it a slight sanding to rough up the varnish. It would take the paint and not just stop it from sticking to the surface. That's what my problem was last time. That and some of the paint from the P3 range is so thin. Some of them come out and they're like caramel, like a thick caramel type. Then some come out like pea water. And piss me off because it's horrible to paint with. and doesn't coat, which is this, what happened with the black paint. The black paint just would not. I've had to paint this with a dark grey because this black came out, and if I had to get that to look as dark as that, I would have probably done 20 coats because it just is so thin. Drives me mad. You get people saying, "Oh, you bad workman blames his tools." It's like, well, yeah, because that paint was shit. Couldn't find my dry palette. My wet palette for painting. I was using a small tray last time. If I walked away, all the colours I'd mixed up for the different shades had just completely dried up. And for someone who's chronically ill, who walks away constantly from what she's doing, I need a wet palette for my paint. And I remember had it for the paintings I did for Halloween. So I searched around the house exactly where I sat when I was painting for Halloween. And I know for well I haven't cleaned up because I'm me. And so I searched and searched and searched, could not find the wet palette. I thought I was going to buy some upgrade paper anyway for my wet palette. So while I was buying the upgrade paper, I bought a new wet palette. Now, I could have been sensible and spent an extra 10 quid and got myself a bigger palette. But I've got an A5 wet palette. I could have bought like an A4 size one. But if I did buy the A4, where the frick would it go on my desk? There is no space on this desk. Especially now I've just added the iMac back onto the work surface. I thought having the laptop would make it easier and would take up less space, but clearly not. But, well, it'll be fine. Right, okay. Go across, coming down with a slight. Light brown or orange, and then into a lighter and that, so we get some white. Not that. Imagine a white. take this, but it's bleeding into it. A bit more on. Okay. Okay, so that. Could afford to go a little lighter, I think. Tilt it so we can see it. Afford to go a smidge lighter, maybe. Technically that's up 3. Cross 1. Down to a light. And one's light. Three. Okay. 2. 3. too bad, I think. Trying to colour match to a monitor. Every single monitor is going to come out completely different colour. That and every single person sees colour differently. We all be different. No work at all needs to be done on the spawner or on the pumpkin, they're all done. Okay. All right. Oranges. Okay. Hello, Uke. Thank you for the kiss on the noggin. I put ham on the desk to stop her walking across the pallet. She climbed up on the desk, tried to walk over the paint palette, and so I put ham in a bowl so I could distract her with ham if she climbs up again. She's had a load of ham and now she's curled up on the landing, so she's a very happy cat. So she's probably realised that if she comes and bugs me and climbs up on the desk, she gets ham. So I've probably snooked myself a little bit. Okay, okay, now I've got to mix blue up. Do blue and teal. Teal. That's the lighter teal, the one I want. I want this one. These two aren't. I'm gonna have to. Or grey. Wherever I put the grey that I need. Okay. That's green. That's grey. Not that. Getting closer to it. I'm going to curse paint. That is better. I need it to be darker than that inside. Okay, we'll go with And I remembered to put my glasses on today. If I have to draw very tiny thin lines, then I definitely need to be wearing my glasses. That one, 2 down. Yeah. I need a reminder to get up and wiggle my foot, else I'm going to end up like I was the other day and got pins and needles for sitting in this chair for too long. And to be honest, if I cleared out the stuff under the desk and put a foot rest in there, maybe I wouldn't be struggling. But I'm an idiot, and I didn't sort out the desk. Normal, but because the craft room is full of so many supplies for different projects, because I'm an ADHD weirdo that can't concentrate on one task at a time. I have to go over these colours anyway. Straighten up the edges on a few of them. one's top. One. Medium one. I'm going to do 2 coats on this one because this one's got varnishes coming through. Ah, you. Cute. You need another blue. Dark blue. I need to. I should move that. tone. Mr. Square. Smell roses. Ready to be pushing faces. Sunshine. Okay. We have a brown. Use that brown maybe. Probably that one. Mix it with that one. That's horrible. Like a leather. Except now I need to be darker than that. Bit red. That's about right. Mm. Tea swallowing noises on stream. Okay, brown shoes. So, two. We'll have to do 2 coats on it with everything else. Over them things, it's not them black things. Hi, Mars. Yeah. So far, we have half the head. Needs repainting. We are working very slowly. Just if I mix the right colour up for something, I would then... I've got a picture of Cleo on the screen. Yeah, it's a tricky one because Cleo's skin starts off like there's tiny bits that are like a mint colour, then there's bits of like odd teal colours, then there's into a tealy grey colour where the scar comes into the chest, and then there's bits of the fingers that go into that darker teal. But then when it gets closer to the face, like when it starts up near the neck, I'm going to go over these again, just like several layers. I'm going to build over some of these with some lighter colours, because as it gets to about here in these 3 pixels, it turns grey. And so like these bits of the face, they were basically, I put the base colour on to hide the pen because the pen lines were coming through. Like if you see on this side, which I first painted, on the orange, all the pen lines kept coming through, so I had to put a clear varnish on. Like a matte varnish on first, then give that a quick sand to take the make sure I could key the surface so I could actually paint on it. Also, otherwise the paint would try to slide off the surface. But it's worked better for the orange there. Now looks way better than that one. So it's worked. It's just ugh. But having to do like several layers and putting a base coat on the skin to then go in and put the lighter colours into the skin just to cover up the pen has been a bit of a pain. But it would have been a pain if I'd done it in pencil or if I'd done it in another colour. But which is this one. I'm still messing with my desk, and it has a little Cleo robot guy. He will eventually get painted up. So the proportionate wise, not too bad. And I love how choppy this mic is being today. This camera's being all pixely and horrible, but there's this little guy who size wise not too bad. We'll go with it, but only if I get a chance to paint that up beforehand, before it goes off to its new home. Not staying with me. Yeah, the thing she made for Ren, but I want to remake it because I made it to how she did the legs. So if you remember, like, she tilted the legs in. But what I might do is I may straighten the legs up and get the wheels to, because on my original one that I made, the wheels are actually detachable wheels that can actually pop in. So if I do it bigger and print it out bigger, the wheels will move. And if I get the wheels to move, and because this is hollow, I can put a motor inside and probably get it moving, like, you know, like a little toy car. At first I thought I could get it so it's like one of them pullback cars that you just like pull it back and then let go. But where I get my filament from Bamboo Labs, they have them little motors and stuff and contraptions. And they had one for this, but inside the spawner. So this zombie is going inside a spawner. And it was originally just a plain zombie when I first printed it out. But we think it will be funnier if it's Cleo inside the spawner. And to be honest, it will be funnier if it's Cleo inside the spawner. And then it'll go off to its destination. And I've got to be quick about painting it because I want to try and get it finished and sent off. Probably before the end of this month. That's when I want to try and get that. I've got to work fast and not procrastinate. At this moment in time, it's just going to somebody. I don't know if they want me to say, so it's just going somewhere. To a magical destination. Maybe. Possibly. I'll think about it. Maybe later. So if I give myself more pressure. I know. It's mainly because if I tomorrow get really sick, like I normally do, to be honest, I'm not that great yesterday. I'm going to move that so you can come and sit next to me. Okay. There is a plate of ham on my desk, right, to distract the cat from putting her feet in the paint. So she just climbed back up on the desk. Do you want some more ham? Look, there's a plate of ham. Do you want some more ham? Yeah. Yeah. Right there. Let's give you some. There you go. Technically need a cat camera. I laughed about that the other day. I said, I could have a cat camera just for her. Which would be hilarious, but my desk is not 100% clean. Which isn't my fault. I'd blame Cosmic. I think Cosmic has messed my desk. That's only just cups of tea. You just can't knock the ham off the surface. Don't push it off. Yeah, it's one of the things I do that. I look at conventions. I was looking at like Glasgow convention because I thought about going over that way, which isn't too bad if I get I can get the train across, come out of the mountains and get get down to Glasgow. I'll eventually get there. But even like Edinburgh is not a bad one, but Glasgow's got a better Comic-Con, so I thought about going to that one. But it's always a case of who's going to be going, who you're going to see, who you're going to line up and get autographs from. Are you going to bother doing that? Is anybody else going so you can meet up with friends and you want to go and see people? And do you want to pack lunches to take with you, or are you going to actually find somewhere to eat in advance that isn't going to be chock-a-block? More ham. You're coming across. Hi, do you want me to move the paint? Sorry. Dum 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 dum. Hello, Fluffball. Yes, that's Cleo. You're just examining everything on the desk. Remove the. Yes, that is the camera. No, don't headbutt the. Where are you going? Just. No, you can't eat the paint. I will take the paint tray away from you. Where do you... You've completely taken over the desk. Hi. Where are you going? Just cat butt in the middle of... Do you want to come this way? Thank you. Making her way around the desk. She's completely defocused everything on my desk. And knocked my camera out of position. Normally just sat here on the desk and sits next to me and sprawls across the desk. But if there's paint on the desk on a paint tray, she wants to come and smell it and look at it and touch it. And she's that fluffy and big that she takes up the entire desk if she lies down. So I will inevitably. But as Cosmic's part of the desk is at the other end of this desk, it's a about 8 foot long desk. Yeah, about 8 foot. And then Cosmic's PC's at one end. And then there's an iMac in the middle for me streaming. And then all my crafty stuff is in the middle. So then... I organise my paintbrushes in front of me. And a weird set of teeth. There is teeth. But it's like, I think, so she's going to, I forget the name of where she's going, but she's going to a convention. So eventually people will be able to give her gifts, give them gifts in person. And being able to give them gifts in person will be really nice. Otherwise, people just make things and then just keep it and go, I can't do anything with it. But when I made a spawner for Halloween and had yeah, there'll probably be a convention down in England somewhere that they'll come to, so they eventually thing. Going places and getting over being able to to not go places and then actually going places. That's a big thing. So I know it's a big thing because I don't like going places. I stay in my house. I don't like going places. I'm really, really terrible. I talk loads and massively ADHD talk loads to when people are in front of me because I panic. And then people think, oh, she's really like social because she's talking loads. And then they don't actually realise that the ADHD is making me blurt out everything that's in my head. And it's not that I'm really sociable, it's I'm panicking because of my anxiety about being social. And about the fact that I think that people are judging me and staring at me and looking at me and ugh. It's like years of trauma, which is great. Yeah, it's properly freaking out and people go, oh, she talks loads and she tells these funny stories, and it's like, yeah, I'm trying to fill dead air, because in that dead air it gives me time to panic and freak out and have a panic attack, and so I end up talking loads. And I do it when I'm streaming, even if no one's there, because sometimes I'm just streaming to Uke in his office and he's watching me to keep me motivated. And the reason I'm streaming is to keep me motivated and keep me going to get this done, so I don't just wander off and fall asleep, because that's my general normal scheme of the day. Or I'll just ask, like, we have a thing in the house, if we're doing something, normally we need someone to help body double, and so when Cosmic's cooking, she needs a body double to come and like stand in the kitchen and talk to her while she's cooking, because then it gives that I won't walk away, I won't get distracted, but also it gives me the encouragement to do it. Yeah, I needed cheerleaders to do stuff. But I'm giving myself a deadline is the most terrifying thing as well, because you give yourself that deadline, but then you get a panic about it. It's like kind of going, I need this exam paper to be finished for this time, and then you fret about it, but you can make yourself sick thinking about a deadline. So what I've done is I've given myself a vague deadline of it just needs doing before the end of the month. And if you don't do it before the end of the month, then you're an idiot. And it just won't be done. And it's not a big deal if it won't be done, because the person who's receiving it knows full well what I'm like, and knows full well that there is a chance that I could just pass out and be me. So well, that's also why I wanted to build stuff on ZombieCraft, and then my medical stuff got in the way, and I was like, I had all these visions of this massive tree build that I wanted to do, and then I thought, I haven't got time to do it in the next 5 months. There's no way it's going to get done. So I'm doing it next server, like the next server after May, and I'm just going to go, right, in May I am doing this. It's going to get done. I need to remove arms on the model so I can see underneath it. If I take the skin into the editor, will it let me take the arms off so I can look at underneath the arms? No, you're being a pain. Let me remove the arms, will you? You'll let me animate it so the arms will swing back and forwards, but you won't let me chop an arm off so I can see underneath the arm. Fly position. I can see under the arms if you put it in the fly position. There we go. Okay, so that side. Back to there. Lurk away as much as you want. If I forget to talk, though, just jab me and remember, because sometimes I get so focused on staring at trying to do a straight line, sometimes my brain turns off. Although for the last couple of days I've been doing this thing where I just like fall asleep at my desk downstairs. And then jerk, like your whole body just like does a massive jerk and you just wake yourself up. I did it while I was flying in World of Warcraft the other day and crashed into a wall. Just crashed straight into the side of a mountain. Yeah, clearly it snuck up on me. That whole mountain. We'll do 2 layers on some of these because like this brown is a lot thinner. Today's song that's stuck in my head. I'm gonna have to put another song in my head because I've got a song from Has Been Hotel in my head. I was just humming it to myself constantly. But as long as I get some base colours down today, then I can go over with the correct shadings later. Of course. Well, no, well, obviously stuff that is said in the mod channel. Well, it's one of the things, it's got to be good enough before it goes off. If I paint it and it looks rubbish, it's not going anywhere, is it? If I paint it and it's really rubbish, it's going to have a bonfire. I'll just set it on fire. And cry. I don't know, sometimes I say, yeah, I can do that. And then I go, can I? Wait a minute, I just said I could do it. I don't know if I can, but yeah, I'll give it a go. We can make this work. I say that a lot of times. I go, oh yeah, I think I can make this thing that is in my head that I want, like the stuff on my desk sometimes. And I think, can I do it? I don't know. We'll make it work. There's half finished things on my desk and done things on my desk and not. So then I've got this little guy. So I modelled him in Nomad Sculpt on the iPad. It's a little fox from Critical Role for Cosmic. His name's Pincushion, and he is a undead fox that has been sewn together from 2 foxes to make a so that I have a Bamboo Labs A1 printer behind me, and so I 3D sculpted it myself and then printed it out. So but I wanted to the fox has got like a little bandana and button eyes, and so eventually I've got to paint this up, and he's white with brown ears, one brown leg, and he's got like a square 8 on his bum, and so I'm gonna have to paint him up. And then I'm making a plushy bit version of him, which is like the animated. So I want him to be animated, so he's gonna have the mechanisms inside that like little plastic connecting things that you can make like movable plushies with, and so that's downstairs. Because I made Pate from Critical Role. He's a rat with a raven skull head, and I made him. He's downstairs somewhere. And then it depends what day of the week, because I make big massive plushies sometimes, but then when I'm feeling like I need to make tiny things, I make extremely tiny things. So see if the other camera picks it up better. Light shines on the glass and then you can't see. Stay still. Focus. Take the glass off. There we go. Oop. Go down. This camera today has been such a pain. But I tried to make tiny things. And there's that one on my desk at the moment, and then another one from Night Before Christmas that I made. Oh, tiny sculpture. This camera is so choppy today. Let's try that camera. If it will focus. Oh, out the light blinding it. Nope, the light's just gonna blind it. Definitely does not want to focus today. But I need to do lock and shock to go with barrel. I did have a Sally somewhere I was doing. She was sat on a little gravestone. And then there's the other random things that are on my desk that, you know, the start of something. It's clearly you can only work out where these cubes are going. There's no random snails being made on my desk. But I have a giant box of cubes. Cubes this big. We could make an army of tiny ethos. Weird shaped ethos. We can make an entire army full of them and just glue them together. The cubes are actually just from Amazon. There's that size of cube, and then this size of cube. But this size is cute. I was going to glue a load of these together and make, you know, like the pixelated stuff, like for diamonds and stuff to go in item frames. I was going to make a load of them and just put magnet on the back. And my desk is full of a lot of stuff. I've got like a whole box of magnets that I just sat here doing nothing. So I thought maybe I could just like make a load of fridge magnets. There's loads of random crap on my desk. There's half finished. I was making a slime to go into. It's got a light at the bottom, and I was trying to. I can make things. These lights will light up if they go near a charging platform. So I was trying to make a light in a glass bottle that would only light up if you put it next to the charging platform. So I was doing a slime inside a bottle that would then light up if it went near something. But I also then have the new magnetic tiny lights, and I'm trying to think what to do with them. And if there was a way of integrating them into something that I was doing. I did think about putting them inside the spawner, because the way the spawner is, obviously you can see it through all sides of it. It's like, but the spawner should have light in it, and it should really flicker. And there is a light where the zombie sits, and it's like a little tea light that projects light towards the front of the zombie, so you can at least see the zombie as it's turning. And then, but I was like, oh, I would have loved to have put some like LED strips inside the spawner to get it to flicker and things like that. But they're things that I can do for the future. I'm going to have to print another spawner out for myself. So it's like, maybe in the future I will update it and yeah, maybe I'll update it in the future for, you know, having it do different things. And the rotation pad that I have for the zombie is just it's like a display pad that you put things on to it just rotates to display artwork, and that's what I was using. But I've left it so it can be updated if you want in the future to be you know, the platforms that have the floating magnet things in it, so it can levitate. It's got all the space in it, so it can be updated. If someone wanted to spend 50 quid on getting the mechanism to update it in the future, they could. And I have the option to do that myself, but I'm a simple person who will go with the simpler option first. Just makes my life a lot easier. We go with the simpler option for making things work and go. We don't have to stress about it for now. Right, I've never looked up. Cleo's feet are brown on the bottom. So they're not black, they're brown. And just colour it in brown. In the nearly 9 years I have been friends with Cleo, I have never looked at her skin this intently. I was also sat here going, which skin do I pick out of the billions of skins? And then I thought, no, I'm not doing the 80s one because that is so many different colours. I will die if I have to do that skin. That will drive me insane. There was also downstairs in parts. I took apart a Cleo plushie, chopped its head off, hollowed it out, scooped out its brains, and then cut out some of the fabric. It's already all pinned together with a zip and straps and everything, and it's all ready to go into the sewing machine. And I put the first part into the sewing machine, and my sewing machine chewed through the fabric and made me cry. So I'm very sad. At the end of the month, when payday happens, I can buy a sewing machine and see how fast I can sew. Because if I can sew fast, then there'll be a Cleo bag that exists. But if I cannot complete the Cleo bag, then I will do this instead. And I will not cry about the fact that the sewing machine tried to eat everything. And then I thought, well, you know, the sewing machine, when did I buy it? And then I realised that I bought the sewing machine when my daughter was 1. So it makes the sewing machine 15 years old. And I did buy it from Lidl for 25 quid. So for 25 quid for a sewing machine that's lasted 15 years, that has made countless My Little Pony plushies and clothes and outfits for cosplays. And yeah, I was shocked. But the thing is, my mum took me, she said, they've got sewing machines, quick, we'll go get one. And we drove, and I grabbed one, and she grabbed one, and hers conked it after a year. And she hardly used it. I was shocked that the one I had actually lasted a lot longer. And I used it nearly every week. And at one point I was selling My Little Pony plushies and going to My Little Pony conventions to sell stuff that I was making. And I had like stalls and stuff, and I made a million plushies, and then made like tiny beanies of My Little Ponies as well. And at the time, I made a lot of stuff. Gets me out of trouble. I'll say it kept me out of trouble. I'd never been more self-conscious and terrified to go to a convention and meet a load of people that had been talking to me and buying stuff off me online, and then they all wanted to meet me in person. And I sat down in the auditorium area, and people kept coming over and talking to me and asking me lots of questions, and asking me questions about plushie making that I had no answers for whatsoever. And people going, oh yeah, so when did you come up with the pattern? And I just went, I wung it. I just went, this'll do. It works. And trying to explain to people that half the stuff I do is just meh. And people going, can I buy your pattern off you? And I'm like, I didn't write it down. It's in my head. It's like, you could buy it off me if I could ever write it down. If I ever remembered. I think I once drew something down on a piece of paper. Wouldn't know where it was. Probably lost like everything else in this house. My tinnitus at the moment is screaming at me. I can hear a high-pitched squeaking noise in my ear. And it's only driving me slightly insane. Yeah, it's not great. So years ago, I fell off a horse and put my hand up to protect my head when I fell, and smashed my hand into a million pieces and broke my jaw and fractured my hip and everything else. But my jaw got knocked out of the socket and was dislocated, and would pop my jaw back in, which and at the time I thought it was hilarious. And then it gives like earache occasionally because the jaw itself hurts and it pushes pressure onto the ear. And then as I've got older, the tinnitus has got worse with the TMJ in the jaw, and so I was in hospital for 3 weeks, which was hilarious because I didn't think I was going to be in hospital that long. Because on the day of the accident, my sister thought I was going to die, and while she was screaming at me and the people, we were up in the moors, and a helicopter came to get us and said it couldn't land. It was hilarious. And I was screaming at them, I'm terrified of helicopters. Physically terrified of. I see a helicopter and I want to wrench, and so I could see the helicopter flying above me, and I'm feeling worse because I could see the helicopter, not for the fact that I couldn't get up, and at the time I couldn't move my legs at all, so they were worried that I literally had broken my spine. And I managed to hit the only grid for miles. Imagine fields for days, and I hit a metal grid. So annoying that I managed to hit the only metal object. There was a river with water in it, so it's about 2 meters to the side, and I hit the only metal object, and it was just bad luck. And my sister was screaming and swearing at me to keep me conscious, and just annoying me like sisters do. And I wanted to punch her so badly, but she was doing it on purpose to keep me conscious. And then we phoned Duke to tell him where we were because the ambulance was taking forever to turn up. Instead of him meeting us at the hospital, he ran all the way to where we were in the middle of nowhere, found us. And I've never seen him look so terrified in my life. But yeah, I'm for someone who went horse riding every week from being 8 onwards, to being an adult, to being 21. I I've not gone horse riding since. I've promised Duke that I would not touch horse riding ever again because it terrified him too much. And to be honest, that's probably a good thing because Cosmic is extremely allergic to horses. So when my sister did, so my elder two sisters have horses, and when my sister came to the house with a couple of her students who were riding other horses with her, they came and stood outside the house for the little one to see horses when she was about 3. And she petted a horse for 2 minutes before her skin went bright red and blew up like a beach ball, and we had to rush her to hospital. So she's extremely allergic. So maybe, fate made it happen in the end. So made me hate horses. So my daughter is allergic to them. So yeah, it worked out. But at the time, when I went into the hospital on the first day, and they were assessing whether I could walk, the comedy value of things that happened that got worse. They said, "Can you walk?" After not walking from the accident and to this point, I said, "I don't know." And they handed me the old crutches, like wooden ones that slot underneath the armpit, because I couldn't hold a crutch, because what I hadn't known at the time, and when my sister kept saying, "Don't look down," is what the break in my arm was quite bad, that you should not look at it, kind of thing. And I was like, okay. And then I would never have been able to hold crutches. So I was thinking, how am I going to walk if I can't hold crutches? How is this going to be a thing? So they've given these crutches, slot them under my armpit and go, okay, now walk. And as I stood up out of the bed and stood straight, the doctor let go of me and I literally fell forward just like a falling tree because I couldn't stand. And they were like, well, we can't figure out why she can't stand. So they went off, looked at the x-ray again, and then they came back and they went, okay, there's like a fracture on your pelvis, and it's here, and there's a small hairline fracture across my hip, which was just causing me issues. But apparently I'd done more damage to my back than the pelvis. The back was the problem. I'd messed my back up. And even to this day, like, if I bend to do like the dishwasher or go on a walk, my back hurts, and that's why I have to use a walker. In the hospital, they gave me a Zimmer for it, and for a couple of years, I was doing okay with just using a walking stick. But yeah. To be honest, I don't even. The thing is, they sent me home. I was puking quite badly, like really, really bad, and I was pale, and I looked terrible. And they said, we're gonna have to send you home and then come back to the fracture clinic tomorrow morning to have your hand looked at. And every time I puked, a nurse would say, you can't go home, why are they sending you home? They'd send me back in, and they'd go, no. And I was been told to wait in this children's ward, and the kids' pictures all over the wall, and they took me to one side, put me in this kids' room for a second, and said, we're going to go and talk to a doctor, back in a minute. They came back and they said, no, he says we've got to send you home, you'll come back at 11. So it took my stepdad and Uke and my mum to bundle me into a car to try and get me home. And then they had to carry me out of the car, like lift me up, fireman's lift, 2 people, like tried to get me into the house. But I couldn't get upstairs, so I had to sleep on the sofa, which my arm wasn't in a proper cast at this point. It's just wrapped up in a bandage, and it's still messed up. Not in a cast, it's in a bandage. And this was where the problem was. It wasn't set immediately back to where it should be. And then get into the fracture clinic in the morning, and the doctor at the fracture clinic, I've never seen a doctor be more angry at the universe And he then gets the phone, he starts ringing up, and he's got the name of the doctor who sent me home on the paperwork, and he is screaming at him over the phone. He says, this woman needs to be admitted. He said, I'm looking at all of her x-rays. She can't walk. She should be in a wheelchair. She should not be walking. And looking at, he's like pointing out parts on the x-ray that I didn't even get to, they wouldn't tell me anything on the x-rays. And they pointed out bits, and they're going, this bit, and this bit. This is why you can't walk, and this, and this, and this. And I was like, right, okay. And then he said, right, well, we're going to have to put metal into your arm. You should have had this metal in last night, and it should have been put immediately into a cast. You should have been having an operation last night. And I was like, okay. And I didn't get sent home from, I thought I was just going into fracture clinic and I was going to go home again. So I had to send Duke home to get me a load of clothes and stuff. And they admitted me into a private room, which is probably good because they messed up and sent me home. I did get a private room all to myself, so that was nice. And then every time I said, when will I go home? Like the first week, how long am I going to be in here? He said, oh, I will come and assess you again on Wednesday. I went, it's Thursday. And he went, yeah, so you'll be in another week then. And he'd just wander off. And he was like, I'm not sending you home yet. And they got me they went and made me a Zimmer frame up that could balance my arm with the metal in it. And comedy sketch of me in this bed in the hospital, I had to stay on the drip, but also have my arm up on another pole that was holding my arm up in the air, because I wasn't allowed to sleep with my arm down my side. So they kept my arm physically up in the air, tied to this pole to keep my arm up. And I had like a metal bar sticking out of my arm and stuff. So it was like, you know, like you get them metal frames that go round. So it's like metal thing came out and it went round. And I was like, okay. It was great. So they couldn't put it like a proper solid cast for quite some time. And then when they sent me home, they took the metal frame bits off so they could cast it up. But in the end, I was there for 3 weeks, and then I said, oh, when can I go home, as it got to the 3 week point. And I was like, not got cabin fever at all, just sitting in this room, and this is the longest I've gone actually not being with my husband. This is freaking me out. And they were like, well, ask him, he's doing rounds probably in like 4 days time. And I was like, 4 more days until he comes and tells me again that I can't go home. You're done, I just want to go home. And they were like, if you can prove that someone is going to be with you at all times, you can prove that someone can take you home right now and has a car to take you home. And I was like, can I do this? My mum's got ME. She doesn't drive. My husband doesn't drive. I don't drive. I would never be able to drive. I can't drive again, so I'm not allowed. And then they said, can you prove this? And I was like, who drives? And I rung my stepdad and said, I love you. And it's the first time I went. And I literally, as I picked up the phone, I went, Dad, can you come get me? I didn't like, I was like, yep, don't call him stepdad. Just call him dad when you're asking for this favour. I need him to pick me up. And I need him now. And he came and he said, I will take you home. And I said, they're going to ask, can you look after me? And he said, well, I've got to work for the rest of the day. I said, can you lie? My stepdad will never lie. And he said, I'll tell him that your mum's going to look after you. And I was like, awesome. Excellent. My mum's got ME. I look after my mother, not the other way around. But I hate hospitals with a fiery passion. And at that point, I think my trauma was from the last time I was in hospital, when I had my wisdom teeth out. All the other times I've been in hospital and I've had trauma, I was a kid who was always in hospital. So they really suck. It was like, the first time I was in hospital was when I had my tonsils out. And I came round from the operation and exorcist, bolt upright, puked all over the 4 people who were stood around the bed, and did not miss a person. I managed to spray everybody, and was hilarious, to be honest. Looking back on it, was hilarious. So my mum, my dad, my godparents, and a doctor who was stood at the door, and managed to get 4 of them. So missed the doctor. He I think he stood at a distance. He must have known something was going to happen. But I'm allergic to general anaesthetic. That's when we found out I was allergic to general anaesthetic. So me and hospitals don't mix very well. Hi, Uke. Another brew. Hey. And then dark. Then from that one, that's supposed to be a day operation. You're supposed to go in at like 7 o'clock in the morning. You'll be home by about 5 o'clock. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to go home. It's the Easter holidays. I'm going to get spoilt rotten because I've had my tonsils out. Lots of ice cream. This is going to be great. No. 2 weeks. I was in hospital for 2 weeks. Because they wouldn't let me. They moved me from the ward to a private room. And then they moved another bed into the private room with another girl who had an allergic reaction as well, and they quarantined us both in this room to like go through all our allergies to make sure we weren't gonna have any more allergies to anything, and then monitored our food intakes and stuff like that. They panicked about us having another allergic reaction to anything. And they were like, oh, your blood pressure has to come down because after having an allergic reaction to the anaesthetic, your blood pressure's gone through the roof. And I've naturally got low blood pressure. So for mine to go through the roof, that's pretty impressive. And then, because my allergies are constantly going back in and doing stuff and doctor stuff and being quite sick as a kid, constantly being sick as a kid. But now we know why I was sick as a kid, because, you know, the conditions that you find out you've got when you're older, and you eventually find out what was making you sick. And then I think that's one of the reasons I like Scar's thing with the charity for the medical stuff, because if I had been a kid who had game systems in hospital as a kid, all that time I was in a hospital, it would have been awesome. And I wouldn't have been bored out my tiny mind. And I remember having been the older kid, having to read stories to the younger kids who are crying at night because they were terrified. But then, when my little one was younger, and she constantly going back and forth into hospital and having allergy tests, and I remember turning up to one of the hospitals in Manchester, and they had one of them gaming unit things, and it didn't work. Not like the ones that Scar does, but just a gaming unit in the corner, and it was like an old one that was broken. And since she was like, oh look, could I play games? And she's tried to use it and couldn't. And it's like, looking back on it now, if them units that existed then, she would have been happier, I would have been happier. So any kid who's in hospital now is like, but then the time I had my wisdom teeth out, and I was 18, had my wisdom teeth out, and again to have an anaesthetic and have the operation, get really sick, get told this is a day operation, you're going to go home, it'll be fine. Nope, 4 days I'm in a hospital for. But in that time they kept me on the ward. And you see like other people leaving and going home, and you're like, I want to go home. And then one night the fire door of the ward opened. The fire door. that should be locked and can only be accessed from the inside. So I'm thinking, how did that open? And a guy walked in. And he came in and stood at the end of the bed. The fire door is still open at this point. And he stood at the end of my bed. Then he starts rummaging through my trash at the end of the bed. Stares at me, walks to the side of the bed and then walks out. I'm pushing the emergency button because this isn't a doctor. This is a guy wearing a gown from somewhere else that's come into a female ward in the middle of the night through a fire door. I'm thinking, where did he come from? And then I'm freaking out. And the nurse came in. And I said, look, someone came in. He stood at the end of my bed. He rummaged through the bin and the stuff on the floor still from the bin. And she said, you probably just had a dream. Right, she's telling me I probably had a dream while the fire door is still open and the trash is on the floor. Yeah, that was a very vivid dream I had. Of course. She went, obviously, you're a little high on drugs and you're just seeing things. It's fine. No, I wasn't seeing things. That happened. The door is still open. There is literally a breeze coming in from the outside. You're lying to me, clearly. Making me sound like this is a nurse trying to make me sound like I was insane. And I'm like, dude, I'm the only one on this ward. Everybody else has gone home. I'm on my own. The nurse's station is miles away from me and you're making me out like I'm insane when I could have been in danger. And I bet I was in danger and she just didn't want to tell me this. So I didn't sleep. I was wide awake. I thought, nope, that's it. I'm staying awake. I am not sleeping. I am staying awake. I was wired at this point with fear. She went over. She shut the fire door. She physically walked over and shut the fire door and told me I was dreaming. I thought, she needs a punch. I am so mad. In the morning, I rung round every single person on my phone to who can pick me up the fastest. My uncle, I managed to get hold of him. And he went, I'm on a job at the moment doing some plumbing work, but I can pick you up if it's desperate. I said, look, right, do you know, I've been babysitting your kids for years. You owe me big time. He was like, fine. I said, come and get me. It's an emergency. And he brought me home and took me home. And I was like, that's another time I had to discharge myself from hospital because I freaked out. I am the worst at staying in hospital. I think the only time that's actually gone okay, I mean, when I had my arm done, at that point I could say, I'm allergic to anaesthetic. And they go, okay, we give you this anti-sicknessy thing before you go have your operation, and then we give you these anti-sickness drugs afterwards, and we give you this other drug, and it should counteract it, and we give you this other thing, and blah, 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 blah. I was like, okay. So them times were fine because they give you the right drug that makes you not have an allergic reaction. Well, not too bad an allergic reaction. You're still going to have an allergic reaction. It's just counteracting the effects beforehand. And then they give you a load of anti-sickness stuff. So for the 3 operations I had on my arm, I had sickness drugs for. And then for my endometriosis operation, I've had anti-sickness for. So then them times have been fine. But for the other times, no. I think I'm at 10? Probably about 10 operations now. Ish. 9 or 10. I'll get one of them loyalty cards. Get my own surgeon. I'm waiting for another operation, so on another list for another one. eventually. If I lose weight, apparently. If I lose weight, the operation happens faster. If I don't lose weight, then I stay at the bottom of the waiting list for a while until I lose more weight. I think that's his encouragement to weight. Which is impressive, since the drugs they gave me make me put weight on. Because they're mean. Thank you. I'm totally fine. So I have endometriosis, which we found out a couple of years ago, and then my womb is fused to my bowel. The endo spread to my bowel and to my bladder and other places, and we decided that it would be easier to just remove it and get rid of it. We decided this 6 years ago, and then they faffed around, sent me from one gynecologist, full hysterectomy, but the hysterectomy, because my bowel is attached to my womb, they have to remove a chunk of the bowel at the same time. And I told them not to touch the bladder. As much as there is endo on the bladder, they can leave it the frick alone. Yeah, the waiting list is a pain in the ass. And because the waiting list is a pain in the ass, like in Scotland alone, there's 480,000 women on the waiting list alone. And something stupid in the UK list of people who are waiting for an operation for endo is shocking. But it's 1 in 10 women have endo, and then 1%. So I have stage 4 endo, but the version I have is called the acronym for it is DIE, D-I-E, deeply infiltrating endometriosis, and 1% of people who have endo have deeply infiltrating endo. Sadly, I'm just like amazing at getting the potluck of the most awesomest things ever. If you're gonna get something, get the best of the best, obviously. Go for the rare one. We make jokes about the fact that every time, it's a thing that happens when we go to see a consultant, and then the consultant for one of my conditions will go, well, so you have this rare condition. It's like, we take bets on whether the doctor's going to use the word rare at us. And sometimes I lose, sometimes you wins. When we went to the one for, I got pleurisy, terrible, because of my anemia. You can sometimes get pleurisy. And so I got pleurisy. I was really bad. I had pleurisy for 2 months before someone actually did something and gave me some antibiotics. But in that time, I damaged my costal cartilage in my chest. Sounds like I'm totally broken, doesn't it? And the costal cartilage damage causes a condition called costochondritis, which, or the sister version of it, which is TT syndrome. And so he goes to the specialist for this condition. He said, basically, people get better from this condition in 6 months. And I said, awesome. It's been 2 years. He said, well, you see, that's the thing. Some people, very rarely. And I was like, damn it, lost the bet. He used the word rare. Damn it. So we have these little games now that we play. It makes it much, much more fun to go to the hospital. Very rarely, some people who have this condition don't get better. And I went, awesome. And he went, so basically you're just going to have it for the rest of your life. I said, right. It's one of them conditions that if you do something stupid, like pick something up too heavy, or sneeze occasionally, you could set it off. It doesn't matter what you do.
it will just set off if it feels like it. Having an asthma attack can set it off because it puts pressure on your lungs that then pushes the inflammation around your lungs that then puts that. But then also it can cause it the other way around. The inflammation from the ribs can push pressure onto your lungs that can cause you to have an asthma attack, and can work vice versa. And so it's a bit of a pain in the backside. But just random things like don't pick something up too heavy. But when I found out of this condition, I had a toddler. And I want to pick my toddler up off the floor and give her hugs and play stupid games and do stuff. And I was working and wanting to put things in places and clean a house, be an adult. The great thing is you can't see me licking my paintbrush. This is great. No one can see if I do it or not. I'm doing the normal. I will clean my paintbrush, not lick it. Paint pot's looking a bit manky. I need clean water in a minute. But yeah, it's a will it, won't it be a new thing where I get a new condition this week. And so, and this is where we laughed. So it's okay to lick the paintbrush. Do you know what? I watch miniature painters like Squidmar and stuff on YouTube, and I watch him lick the paintbrush every time. Every time I go, it's like you're a YouTuber and you're licking the paintbrush. I shouldn't lick the paintbrush. Speaking of which, I should take my meds. Today's dose, I should not show them much. But I will take my okay. Do my best not. Don't worry. I was just witter to myself. I'll just talk to the little figure of Cleo. Don't be sorry for leaving. Honestly. The stream itself is what is making me actually get this done. If I'm streaming, it's getting it done. So you can always come back and check on me later and poke me with a stick. Right, we need to get under the arms done. I will indeed have fun, and I'll talk to you later. Okay. So we're doing, this is the front, I want that side. We need even more dark brown than that. Is that too dark? I'll mix some red with it, make it fine. Second I don't talk, I get the song back in my head. Hopefully everything looks okay on the stream. Bouncing off it, you can actually drop them. Come up and 2. Okay. Who's done? Then we want to do that side's almost Oh. That one. Around the ribs. On that one. Oh, it goes, yeah, up one. On that side, it's just one. More coloured pixel. and second one along the back is well. Where's my out? I mean, the person who made these skins is on. I can say that because she is. Fine work on every pixel is placed carefully and voice and everything. Feel paler. Too pale. grey. Try and get a grey. It's like slightly grey, so I'm just going to give it a couple of coats of very thin grey over the top of it, and then that'll yeah. We only have one attack from the cat so far, so we're doing really, really good. But only gonna numb a little bit. Not got pins and needles in my leg yet, so we're doing good. I don't normally sit in a chair the normal way, because of my back and my hip. I normally have to sit with my legs elevated, so I don't get the leg cramp sitting at my desk like this without a footrest. My feet on knees, and my knee wants to make a very loud crack noise if I bend. It makes crunching sounds when I go up the stairs, but definitely wants to make a horrible noise right now. Okay, so I want to try and get grey, light grey into the front of the face. Your skin comes up
lighter in the face, it gets lighter near the neck, and then suddenly gets really pale on that front panel of the face. Nearly close to white, but not quite. Fill this one for the chin. That goes into 4, then 2.
grey version. A little bit more grey than that. A bit more grey. Paint palette at the moment is chocker of colours that I'm trying to get the correct tone or under the eye. I think if I do it too grey, it's going to lose that teal. I need to kind of add a little bit of teal back in. I think them ones need toning down a little. Okay, and then another teal.
Those eyes colour. The reason I'm doing jumping from one bit to the other is because I need lines to dry so they don't bleed into each other. We need a forest green for eyes. It's too dark. That is slime. It's in between them two colours. If I have to mix it, that'll be fine. That might be okay. Eldritch green. Just, I'd say, Eldritch green with a tiny bit of possibly. See if we can get this eye colour mixed up. Yeah. Now, probably could have found it if I'd looked. That one would have been too light. That's too dark. There is like another 7. That's more moss colour. No, that's 30. Horrible colour, right? I think mixing it up was the best way to go. Here all day trying to get the right colour if I did it. I had to pick up the paints. There's so many pots. I think we've got about 100 of these. Then the Citadel ones that are on the shelf. And then there's the airbrush ones. And the colour shift airbrush one. Finding the right colour. We'll be here all week. I will eventually have to get some music to play in the background for the streams, because to be honest, I don't think anybody wants to hear me humming randomly. fill the dead space in my brain. My OCD constantly, when I'm in a normal situation, doesn't like dead space and will start rambling. Never mind when I'm streaming and I'm actually kind of concentrate on painting a straight line. But my brain is going, it's too quiet, you need to be saying something. Like, I don't, no I do, but I want to paint a straight line without messing it up, and if I talk I need to concentrate. Okay, the coat on that eyebrow is front panel so you can get it to dry, and then we'll do the hair on the back panel at the same time because it's mixed up. So with not technically black, it's actually grey. Black is so thin. Using the grey. The grey I'm using is this one. Kind of a very light tint of a dark blue in there, but it's very close to black that you wouldn't really notice unless you're told that it's not black. But when you put it next to black, you can just about see, like there on the belt, that there's a little difference between the black and the grey. It's very subtle, but I wanted to show a slight difference between the two layers. That's like the, technically what it would be is the layer that pops out from the shorts is this part, which is the grey, to the black that's in the inner layer. Whereas maybe next time I will make one that's got actual layers 3D printed into the model. Do the second layer instead of having to just paint the second layer in. I'd love to make a statue of Cleo working on an armor stand. If I could 3D sculpt it.
Or Cleo sat on a throne of spider skulls. Throne of heads. Okay, that looks a bit better. Orange. So we're going too light. Go across. Then light layer, technically green should be, so we'll go, these two are light. That one. Them two and that one. Well, the song from Has Been Hotel left my head, and now I've got the song from Adventure Time from Marceline stuck in my head. Thanks, brain. I'm listening to music and I get songs. 3. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. That transfers into these 2. That one transfers into them 2. Pale colour. Definitely will need a second coat. Okay. B 1, 2, and 2. There, 2. Okay, that's that way. Then it goes. These two are orange. These two are orange. And from there, it them ones. Them ones. These oranges are quite thin, so I'm definitely going to need a couple of coats on the oranges. My brain then, I said coats on the oranges and I pictured an orange like Boddington peas wearing a trench coat. Like 3 cobalts in a trench coat. Instead it's like 3 oranges in a trench coat. I wish my brain was normal. No, I don't. That would be so boring. Okay, so this colour would be that one, that one, that one, and that one. Okay. That's a standard. Then trying to think. That and yellow maybe. Yellow does. There we go. Watery. Nice is the yellow like water. No. Mm-hmm. Going peach. Little berries. Got two colours there that are like slightly into the pale brown. Okay. That's a little bit, at least it stands out as a different colour now. Right, let's have a look. One and go in that night and then it's 2. The first pass is kind of like make sure you cover the lines. The second pass I will make sure to straighten up the first pass. Hello, Puddy Cat. Are you coming back in? I love distraction ham ready to make sure she doesn't attack everything. These two and these. No, it's not on that one. It's them two, but it's just the one on the back. Trouble. Have my cup of tea. I'll move my cup of tea near my paint water. That's totally safe. Okay, so then it's the colour that's like a whitened down orange. In these three, that one, that one, that one, these four, and them two. That one at the back is the same colour as this one. Are you confused? Am I talking at no one? I talk to you all the time. And it looks like I'm talking to no one. Maybe a bit more white in that. That's too. Hi, pussycat. Come and sit next to me. And have the ham, sweetheart. Right there. Actually, you don't want to eat it out of this bowl, is it? Is that not your normal bowl? I'm just distracting her with ham so she can. You're watching what's on the monitor. The distraction ham seems to be working so that she's not actually climbing all over me while I'm trying to do stuff. Or screaming at me because I'm not actually downstairs with her. Try and get that orange a little better. Just a little better. Okay. That's all. And that color. Them two. Several coats. Gotta stop holding my breath when I'm trying to paint a line. There's so many lines I'm in. Stop, forget to breathe. Stretch my back. Drink my brew. Oh. Ah, money. That's like is like just pick up the tiny cracking as I move it. Do this side. That looks fairly good so far. Yeah. Clicking back to our references. And it's into browns. That one's a dark brown. That one's more of a not even orange.
That one, that one. Green, dark brown, brown.
To
Brown. I think I hold my breath more when it's the darker colours going near the lighter colours. You don't want to smudge it. Yeah. Pale green. One's pale green. Okay. I have to go over some of the green with a little bit more pale. First coat is just cover them lines.
and coat. That one. Out. When it's finished, I don't know whether to give it a coat of clear varnish or brush it down with a UV resin, harden it up to make sure it's sturdy in case it gets dropped or anything. I need some oranges. Orange. And that one over there is better. Long. Really look around. I've got my reading glasses around the room and go, ha, headache. Right. So now we fix this side as we go around. Looking at. Trying my best to go over the lines as much as possible. Okay. Hello. How are you? Oh, hopefully. And not skiving like he always is. Every time I look in his room, he's playing like a video game and skiving. Because I'm taking 5 minutes break. It's like you're doing a dungeon. Slowly getting this done. I've got the Minecraft skin on the screen and I'm just copying down the pixels as I go. But I had to spray it with a clear varnish to cover the pen lines first. He never told you the story. It's because he's a dick. It's just plain and simple. Cosmic's friend the other day said, I said, Uke does a Uke does a good a junk rat impression. And he came in and said, "Oh yeah, the junk rat impression is only for my premium subscribers." No one's his premium subscriber. I went, whoa, 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 whoa! You've got no premium subscribers. No one's allowed to hear it. What am I? I'm married to you. I have been for 20 odd years. It's like, nope, no one gets to hear it. I was like, well, I'm kind of glad knowing that, I don't get to hear it because it's horrible, but it is close to Junkrat. That's why it's horrible. No, I'm chopped liver. Not even a premium subscriber. Just disgraceful. I don't get perks, apparently. Then what would I have to do to be a premium subscriber? That doesn't sound nice. I don't want that. I have no money to pay him. He pays me. Oh, you totally don't. Should definitely totally calm down. I can see, if I lean back in my chair, I can see him. Well, I say that I tried to put my other glasses on, but I've got my reading glasses on. If I look back at my chair now, I'll just see a blurry version of. I can still mock him. I'll say that if he took his headphones off, I could mock him from here. So did you have a good day at work today, Space? I can hear giggling from his room. He's gonna be an ass. Of course he's gonna be an ass. It's major malfunction. Being an ass. He's just upset that this week I have been taking his position of being the punniest in the house. I have been I've been coming up with some very good puns all week. But I've obviously been my usual. He's like, you're totally mad about me. But he's I just I'm gonna have to look at I'm gonna have to look at that now. And join in on the mockery. I'm only gold tier. Wow, my pun's a bit infringement. That's what he's saying. Look, I've just been very funny this week. I've been on form. I've been really sleepy though. That's probably what it is. My brain is just that. My insomnia's been kicking in. So for some strange reason, when my insomnia is bad, I'm extremely funny. I've still been my weird and usual self, but half asleep because my insomnia. And I randomly said, "When I'm dead, I'm gonna haunt you. So you better not be sad. So you have to do funny shit. If you don't do funny stuff when I'm dead, so I can be, entertained as a ghost, I'm gonna be very upset. But you have to do funny stuff so I can just laugh. I'll haunt you and I'll just be a laughing ghost." And then he reminded me that when I laugh, I hiccup. So technically, I'd just be a hiccuping ghost going around haunting him. This was at 3 a.m. in the morning as we were just about to go to sleep. I'm talking about me being a dead ghost and hiccuping. And then fell asleep. I'm just, helping him get pleasant dreams, obviously. Not traumatizing him about his dead wife while he falls asleep. Yeah, my sleep paralysis demon makes me do stuff. It's not my fault. I just randomly come up, blurt something out. I'll say the weirdest things or start a conversation on the weirdest subject just before I fall asleep, and then I'm like, yep, I've just stuck that weird thing in my head before I nod off. Because I needed it, obviously. And then I wake back up 3 hours later going, I'm traumatized by the thing I just said a couple of hours ago. And then stay awake for 3 hours in the middle of the night. I really should give my sleep paralysis demon a name. Be more entertaining.
Sapphire came to join me on the desk. She walked over everything. I have distracted her. I've got a little plate of ham next to me, so I can give the cat ham every time she tries to attempt to walk over the pane. She may now get used to the fact that if I come and walk all over everything, I get ham. So, you know, not all great. I have to convince her that that's not the way that it works, but she still thinks there's treats in Uke's drawer because we hid them in there once when she was younger, and then she goes into his office and pats his drawer asking for treats, even though there's not been treats in that drawer for 2 years. But she's been slightly distracted today because Cosmic's off school today sick, so she's keeping the cat entertained downstairs. And when I mean entertained, she literally just picks up the cat and hugs the cat and won't let the cat go. That's keeping the cat entertained. Because she's a ragdoll, she really likes hugs, but it keeps her distracted. And she can't go outside because the weather's crap, so she's a bit upset. I mean, she'd still go out, she just would come back covered in mud and sticks. And she tried to eat worms like she was trying to do the other day. She brought a worm into the house and was watching it wiggle around while she was trying to eat it. She's been finding that entertaining. You know, slowly driving me insane. Gets away with it because she's cute. So. To be honest, that's how Uke gets away with it. He gets away with it because he's cute. I get suckered in. To be honest, I think his insult is a good insult. It's like saying, "You're not really my friend. You're just an acquaintance." It's kind of like, well, you're my wife, but you're not really like, you know, my wife. You're just a really good friend. And it's like, wow, being his wife and just being called a good friend. That's kind of what he did. I really should just kick him out of the bed tonight, just while he's asleep. Just push him slowly out of the bed, or steal the quilt. Let him freeze a little and during the night. Turn the radiator off on his side of the room and just kick him out of bed. I think one was brown. Yep, and then that one was brown.
He said, I'll go at the shop and get some milk. I'm not going to pop into the chemist and pick up your prescription because it's too much to carry. I was like, all right, okay. That made loads of sense. Not the shop's next door, chemist is next door to the shop, but okay. And then the next day he says, I'm too sick to go to the chemist, I don't feel well, you'll have to go to the chemist yourself. I was like, whatever. But while you're at the chemist picking up that prescription, can you just pop into the cafe and get me a steak sandwich? I was like, son of a bitch. I just got tricked into getting him a steak sandwich from the cafe because he doesn't want to walk into the cafe. He doesn't like talking to people, so he didn't want to walk into the cafe. Like, he made me do that. He thinks I don't see past his silly schemes. I got a breakfast roll with sausage, egg, well, Scottish sausage, flat sausage, and egg and bacon, and pancakes. And I did order a cake for the kid's birthday. I gave very good instructions to the lady making the cake. I went, and she went, can you give me some general ideas so about her, like the person I'm making for? And I just went, goth, likes D&D, likes black, purple, and blue. She went, okay. She went, how many people is the cake for? I went, 3 people. So say 2 slices each. And she went, okay, right, small cake, right? And I was like, yep, it's just for after tea on her birthday. And she went, right, so we're on a goth cake with D&D stuff on top of it. And I went, yeah, pretty much. Awesome. And it's going to be delivered to the house because the lady who makes the cakes lives on the street behind us. And I was like, yeah. She went, oh yeah, I know where you live, I'll just deliver it to you. Like, sweet. She went, you're the crazy lady with the Halloween decorations, aren't you? And it's like, yeah, I am. But I know exactly which house it is. I was like, damn it. People in the village know who I am. Crap. Can't keep a low profile. But it's kind of nice that, you know, it's only a small village at the moment. They're still building houses. But okie dokie. Let's see. That one's orange, that's orange. Light orange. Yeah, it's brownie orange. Um, Don't mess up the lines. Yeah. Sounds neat. Welcome back. Let's see. Oh, I honestly can't believe I've actually sat still for over 4 hours. 4.5 hours I've actually been at this. You think it'd be nearly done by now, but it's not. I did 5 hours of it the other day and then 4.5 hours today, and it's just because it's so like tedious painting tiny little cubes. But I'm gonna stop for tea, and then I'm gonna probably play World of Warcraft again for a bit. Chill out that way. But I managed to get up to 20 level 80s. When the so we're on pre-expansion stuff coming out at the moment, and then when the update comes out, Yuke's taken some time off work, so we can play WoWsh together. Slowly getting there. We only look at these 3 sides of it. Getting there. Don't look at the other side and the rest of the file. We'll just ignore them completely. We won't have that much work to do. But technically, the front's done. feels like she... Stretch my back. Put heat on back. Finish. I just need to move this that's underneath the desk. I think I need to buy another one of the IKEA set of drawers for underneath the desk and put it at the end, which would also give the cat somewhere to sit that I could then put a, because it's against a blank wall and not pointing towards Cosmic's computer, I could then point the camera that way and put a cat camera on so you can watch Sapphire in the corner. Maybe put her a little cat bed on it or something. Put a cat tree on top of it and then she can lie on top of it. Put a... Because she's constantly trying to climb over to that way so she can see out of the window. But the window's got a load of stuff on it. And if she tries to jump on it, chaos. There's a carousel with scissors on it on the window, so I don't particularly want the carousel of like scissors knocked off. Just too dangerous. I have that carousel. It's like a wooden carousel with scissors in it, and I've used it like once in 20 years, and it just keeps coming with us to different out. It's like crinkle scissors and different shaped wiggly scissors to cut different motifs into the edge of the paper, and it's like, have you used any of these? No. But it was a gift from my mum. And she went, I bought you some craft scissors. And I was like, really nice. Totally use it. I used it the week she got it me. I was testing them out. I don't think I've ever used it in a project for anything. Maybe I could donate them to a primary school or something. Just kids can play with them or something. You know, sounds logical. So giving scissors. I'm gonna get back at this, but it's like, I'm so tired. I really should paint the main bulk of it and get an undercoat on some of the bits that need undercoat on. Try and get the bottom layer to actually be on there, and then I can paint the top layer maybe tomorrow and actually be close to finishing it, and then glue it all together. The arms go like these. And most of the back is orange for the hair going down the back anyway, and then bits of blue stick. Oh, it's already. I should have started this a lot earlier. But I was faffing around watching anime this morning. I have to watch the animals while I'm waking up. Have a cup of tea, watch some anime, watch some Minecraft stuff or some WoW on YouTube, and then totally was awake by about 1 o'clock. Right. Oh, back at it. Should probably go in and do a little bit more on the green. And cover up them lines a bit more. I'm gonna keep a point on this bloody page. Because this is my favourite brush, it's the one that's most comfortable to hold. Brush actually the most comfortable, and then there's a million paint. Making sure I don't get any colour from my gloves onto the thing as well is a pain. Hello. Thank you for the drink. Okay. I get to about this point. I got to about 3.5 hours in. My lower back was hurting. Now I've like near my tailbone's hurting now. It's like, but Oh, getting close to knowing what my limit is. I keep hitting the camera in front of me. I try not to keep hitting it. But that's looking better. But I keep looking at it as like really close up. I'll look at it distant. I'm staring at it close. Like gonna focus. The overhang lighting here up, right? And it the lower setting. Ooh, super bright. Lower setting so you can see the colour a bit better. Right, stop touching that side so I can actually paint the other side. Probably paint that rim on the bottom that needs to be orange.
thank you for coming to keep me company today while I'm streaming, while I'm trying to concentrate on working. Said anybody that came to watch me stream is basically just doing like ADHD body doubling. They're not actually. No, not actually like a viewer. You're more like a helper, just making sure I stay on task and I don't get distracted. The reason why Yuke does all the cooking in the house mostly is because when me and Cosmic do it, we get distracted and end up doing like other jobs and forgetting that we're actually cooking. We end up having to body double each other when we're cooking. Release the cat, yeah. Definitely downstairs. Upstairs, she'll be in between the office and the craft room, keeping an eye on both of us, and then when she decides that she wants something, she'll sneak into one of the rooms. She's definitely downstairs with Cosmic. So, I got a new gift for getting good grades this week. She, I don't know how she does it. School complained about being sick and having absences from school, and we're like, is there anything you can do about it? Not really, unless you want to magically cure people. There's not much I can do. But okay. And they said obviously we wouldn't, really, they're not really going to bother. Normally they would have contacted us a lot earlier, when her absences were like 80%, but they didn't. Her absences are now 50%, and but they didn't bother contacting her because her grades were still great. And they were like, we're very concerned that she's not going to get good grades. She's absent. Got 2 results back from her prelims for her exams, and she's got a B for English. And nobody in the entire school year got an A. Well, and I say that the school year that's above her, because she's doing higher English, so the kids who are in the year above her are doing what the English she's doing. There's only 2 kids in her year doing the higher English, but she doesn't bother going it up a year to the class ahead of her because she doesn't like being out on her friends' gossip. And she got a B, but no one in the higher year got an A. So she got the best score in the class. And then for our PS lesson, she came back and they were like, we're not sure what she's going to get for a grade in the parents' evening. We haven't got a clue. Without all these absences, we have no idea what grade she's going to get. And just strolls out with an A. It's like, I wonder how badass she'd be if she actually went in full time. She's there 50% of the time, and she's still actually how much she takes after her dad. Because if she took after me, she'd be useless. I was this sick at school and had this much time off, and I'm dyslexic, so it was terrible for me. I promised her I would sit and play Overwatch with her at the weekend. Not played Overwatch in ages. So I'm not gonna have to play Overwatch. As long as no one has a problem with me playing Battle Mercy, that's fine. Do a thin layer of orange on the back of, and I'll be able to still see, but then go over it with the correct colours of orange. But then I've got the flower on the back of it. My knees are going to make so much noise. Stand. I'm glad I got the new wet palette. I couldn't find the other one. It's gone walkabouts. But so I got myself a new one. And then I can just cover this up when I get up. And they'll still be wet by tomorrow when I open it back up again. Having to remix paint colours is a pain. Try and use as much as the paint as possible anyway. That one. To be honest, I could just stream my WoW stuff as well if I wanted. Especially now we're doing housing stuff. Me just decorating the house with random crap that I found around the server. I'm trying to build a giant staircase out of random bits of wood. I want a big giant staircase that's in the centre of the room that spirals outwards. I'm trying to make it. And I've deleted it like 3 times already. Gone, no, I don't like that. That spiral looks weird. Or lost certain pieces into the wall. Don't know what it is. I'd drag the tool across the screen one way and the item will go and just disappear into the wall, and then it's like I can't get it back. It's lost forever. I don't know where it's gone. And then I even tried adding rooms to see if I could find it in the outside of my, I think there's like 4 items now in the outside of my house that are just lost forever. I don't know where they went. But I think they need to put a mechanism into the game that if an item is lost in your wall that you can actually try and get it back somehow. To be honest, that might be asking too much. They'll just say stop losing them in the wall. I thought it'd probably be me. I found so many bugs lately. No one else has the same bugs, and it's just me. I had to redo an entire questline from scratch on the same character because it forgot. The game just forgot I'd done it. And it's like, how? How did it forget that you'd done this questline if the questline gave you this cape? And it's like, I've got the cape. I'm wearing the cape. I'm wearing the cape at the high tier that it is when you finish the questline. But I logged on one morning and it just forgot that I'd done the questline. You can either type, you can do like / name of the quest just to find out if you've done the quest, and it's going false, you've not done the quest. I'm like, I did it. I'm wearing the item that you actually get for finishing the quest. So I had to go right back to the beginning, pick up the quest again, which wasn't there originally, but then it was, and then redid the entire quest line from scratch. And now I've got 2 capes, identical, from the reward from the quest. But I don't know what, it just decided one day that it reset it. Because for some strange reason, WoW just decides sometimes that I need to get the bug. And then if Yuke tries to do the same thing, he doesn't get the bug. So I look like a weirdo when I'm saying over Discord, hey, I can't do this because this is happening. And he's like, not happening for me. It's like, well, yeah, because you're perfect. It doesn't happen for you. It happens for me. I'm the one who gets the bugs. Game just likes to torture me. And is mean to only me. Okay. Some of this goes right. There's maths in my future and counting. One, two, three, 4. 4 impale. 5 impale.
And there's one super pale. That one. 3. Um, uh, uh. Strong orange. I'm just gonna sit here getting confused with different shades of orange. Next 20 minutes, it's like that one. One, two, four. Where's the next strong orange? 1 minute. What I should do is put a picture on the screen of what skin looks like and actually see what the hell I'm doing. If they have no idea how to do across.
That one. Okay, how are we doing? Another. Said nice. Got me a bottle of Coke. And he opened. He knows what. Cut my finger off trying to open a bottle of Coke the other day. You know, because I'm a normal person. Normal task. Oh no. You know, I do pretend I can do normal. I need to try and figure out how to make the stream be better quality. It says the average stream bitrate is too high. And if I understood it, I'm going to have to go and Google what I need to do to make it better. I'm not that smart. I maybe need you and you to actually, you know, help me out. But he's not clever. When it comes to that stuff, I'm not that clever. Okay. Point is waiting for certain layers to dry. I don't want to turn that and put it down on the stuff that isn't dry, or it'll start chipping off. But I'll kind of let this side dry. Or I can do. The brownie orange. Goes into the shots. Actually, I do need to get some copyright music that I can put on in the background. Doesn't sound when I'm streaming, but I don't saw the bitrate out first. And at first it meant streaming that often, so it didn't really. But if I'm going to try and stream more to actually get some work done, then I kind of do need to find out. When I watch it back, it doesn't look too bad, but then telling me it's terrible. Hoping it's not too bad. It probably looks janky. I mean, I would get my husband across the hallway to me if it's janky, but probably if I want to help. Be me. He doesn't even watch my streams. Just so mean. Knees. Definitely flagging now. Definitely getting time for me to pack it in for the day. Again tomorrow. Oh, what colour is it? Like the brownie colour, but I'm gonna make the correct orange. Yeah, it's closer to the brown orange, but then I need a lighter. Looks too fleshy, is it? More pale than that. Dun 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 dun. What colour is it? Yeah. Actually, just shoot water out of the blinking. Of an actual flash. I'll mix that one with the orange. Layer it. The right colour without going too fleshy. It's just a bit weird. I'll try the other colours instead. Okay. An oracle. This is taking forever. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. See you later. Have a good day, and I love you. Oh, my sweet. You are my favorite child. Just don't tell the others. Okay. A lighter color. Um, I need like a couple of coats. Oh, and the base coat on to cover the lines is. I think. And that's blue. Next one is 1, 2, 5, 6 down. 1, 2, 3. Straighten up this line, we'll put some blue. For a stop the evening. Lines on the trousers. Gonna be a million colours of white. Until I can stop seeing the light. Not technically, I really should. I'll painting actually my job. And then I can just say it. Then in Japanese. ribbons. I'm so old. Old, so old. Okay, for now. Now and go and rest. Watching and body doubling so I actually get some work done. That was very nice of you. Go and try and walk down the stairs with ease without falling. Thank you very much.